Okay, people told me I wasn't going to have a rowdy crowd this morning, so I didn't bring my gavel. All right?
First mistake of the day.
If I if I need it, I know exactly where it is, okay? So, first up is 1624, relative to students with disabilities participating in co-curricular activities and making an appropriation. So it looks like you just want to talk, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Representative Tim Lang. I represent Belknap 4, the towns of Tilton and Samerton. I'm currently the chairman of the House Fish and Game Committee, and I also serve on Ways and Means, so my testimony is going to be really fast because Ways and Means is meeting right now. So I introduced House Bill 1624. This is a pretty straightforward bill. It was originally introduced by Representative Michael Moffitt 3 terms ago. And what the bill does is it basically just creates a $50,000 grant program under the Department of Education. And that $50,000 grant program a year will be used for schools that want to create unified co-curricular activities. And if you're not familiar with the unified co-curricular activities, it's the most common example is in sports programs where they'll have a soccer team or a basketball team that will be a mixture, generally a 50-50 or 60-40 type mixture of special needs kids with neurotypical kids so that they can work together and learn how that works. If you've never attended one of those programs, it's probably the most uplifting program I've ever attended. I got invited out by Special Olympics to one out in Conval, and I cannot say how uplifting it was to watch the entire school body watch this basketball game between the kids and what it does. Now, that being all said, I'm also a little practical about this. I served for 6 years on my school board and 5 years on my school budget committee, and I know that one of the most challenging things to do is get a new program off the ground, especially in our tightening budgets that we have. And so the goal of this bill is to pay for that startup cost, for lack of a better phrase, right? It's about startup costs. This grant program would be applied for equipment costs. So again, I'll stick to things like soccer and basketball. In the case of us, they need to buy uniforms. They need to buy medical equipment to have it on the side of the field when the team's playing. There's uniforms. There's soccer balls, nets if they need it for setting it up. So again, the idea behind this program is to offset just the equipment costs in the first year of the program. The school has still got to be on the hook for something, so they got to pay the stipend to the teacher or the administrator. I didn't want to do a bait and switch. It's one of the things I hated most when I was on the school board was, hey, we got a federal grant for that, and 2 years later, the federal grant went away. Right now, all of a sudden, you're stuck paying a full position or a full something. So this is about having everybody having a little piece of skin in the game, and that the school board will have to agree to the stipend, and that's going to be part of their operating costs. But the startup cost, that initial $2,500 to $5,000 it takes to get the program off the ground, could be applied for and paid for by this grant program. I will say it's not limited to just sports. So we heard, last term I chaired a committee that discussed the things that are inhibiting access to these programs in school districts that currently don't have it. Money was the number one thing, was we just don't have the money to start up programs. But one of the things we heard in that committee was actually one of the school districts does a unified theater arts program, where they literally put on plays with kids that are special needs. So it's not just limited to sports, it's limited to the entire range of what goes on in the school system and where there are limits. But again, I think these programs are extremely worthwhile. If there's anything that makes a better human being, it's watching one of these programs or participating. My daughter participated in it when she was a senior at Winnisquam. And again, it's the most uplifting and best thing we can do to create just good human beings in our school system that understand the differences between everybody. I'll be happy to take questions. Again, in the second year, there is a provision in the bill for the second year money, or the money that's not spent for the second year, and that is to allow school systems that have, if if there's money left over after schools apply for the grant, and we don't spend it all for startup costs, then any leftover money could be used by schools that have programs that need to replace equipment because they've had them for the programs for so long that they need new soccer balls, they need new uniforms. So again, it never exceeds the $50,000 per year, but if there's money left over, it's allowed to be applied for by schools that have existing programs to replace existing equipment. Again, I'll call it the startup costs, those replacement costs, to keep that down. In all cases, the school's responsible for the labor side of this whole conversation. And that's it.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Heath.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So if I understand this correctly, we would allocate $50,000 per year for first-time expenses for a school district. So they only would be eligible for one grant. I guess that's my primary question, because I do completely support this, and I agree. I love these it's just perfect.
So to be clear, just so I'm not, to be clear, it'd be one grant per one program.
Yes.
So if they wanted to do a theater
Oh, okay.
arts and a soccer program, they could put two different grants in for those two, because they're two different unified co-curricular programs, and they could have a grant put in for both if they were trying to ramp it up.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So that means if I am in Manchester and we decided we wanted to do a theater program at Central High School, we could apply for that, and we could also do a soccer program, and we could do an after-school basketball program. So it would work like that?
Correct.
Thank
And
you.
it'll be up for the Department of Education to
Thank you.
manage those
Okay.
grants.
Are there any other questions? Yes,
Thank you.
Representative Murray, sorry.
Yeah, just fine. Two questions. You addressed the first one kind of. I'd like to just make sure I understand it more. It sounds like there are logistical issues in terms of a school not using all the money, and it would go back into the state pot, or would there be an option for the school to simply keep that money and use it for an additional co-curricular program? This is when you're referring.
I'm sorry if I was unclear. What I meant was for the Department of, that was regarding the Department of Education and the grants, so we allot $50,000. If we only award grants in the amount of 10 for startup programs,
Right.
or we 40, and if for startup programs, and there's $10,000 left in the grant program at the DOE, schools would then be able to apply, schools that have existing programs could apply towards that $10,000 to replace equipment.
Okay.
So it was at the DOE level, not at the school level.
Okay. So if the school gets a grant of $10,000, they don't refund the $4.50
No.
that they didn't spend?
No.
And I think you just answered my other question. The size of the grants are 10,000?
50, no, well,
so-
again, I was
so how
going to
much
leave that
can
up for the
school
DOE to
apply?
come, the school could apply for the grants, and then the DOE can manage, So I will tell you that this bill passed, for the last 3 terms, was passed education unanimously, out of education to here. The problem was always, I forgot last term when I put this bill in, and this committee denied it. We forgot to put rulemaking authority and explain it out a little bit further. So this bill is slightly amended from last term to make sure that the division has the rulemaking authority to put in all the rules and regulations around the grant program that they could do, but I forgot to do that last year.
What's the maximum size of grant that a school could apply for?
Again, I didn't put
Yeah,
that in the
okay, you're
bill
not-
because I didn't want to
okay.
micromanage.
Okay.
I wanted to put the cap amount, and then the DOE. I will tell you, from serving on the school board, it's anywhere from depending on the program you do, it could be anywhere from 2,500 to 3,500 for a sports program. They could also put in for a $500 grant just for materials for the program. So again, the amount of the grant is based on what the school need is, and they can put it in, and then DOE can, through rules, decide whether or not.
It sounds like it's a very modest size of a grant.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Lynn?
There we go. Sorry about that. I have 2 questions. So am I understanding correctly that what you're anticipating is that these would be new programs for a school district? In other words, if a school district has, for lack of a better term, a regular soccer team, for example, this would be, what you're envisioning is that there would be another soccer team that would be composed as you've described. Am I correct on it?
Correct. So again, most schools, I won't say most schools, I'll use Winnisquam as an example because I serve there. We have a regular JV and high school soccer team, but we also have a unified sports soccer team, which is a third team that is available. And the one thing again, if you think about it this way, and I hate to say it this way because it sounds really conceited to a certain extent, I guess, but the JV and the soccer teams are the highly competitive students that are into athletics and sports, right? They're a whole nother class of students that enjoy sports but don't get to play sports, right? Because they can't compete at the level of JV and varsity, right? So the idea is those students also now have an outlet and can go play on the unified team, which is they can have fun, they can interact with their students, create bonds, all the social bonds that happen. When I served on the school board, I read a great study that talked about kids that participate in at least 2 or more athletic activities have higher grades, right? And it allows these students to participate in those kind of programs.
Sure. Okay, right, no, so may I ask one, this is a really sort of a different question. I think I agree with the other comments. This sounds like a great idea. My question, though, is why, in other words, as I understand it, and I stand to be corrected, but we generally don't appropriate money in the second year of the budget, and so I'm wondering, wouldn't it, assuming, as I think we all probably do, that this is a great idea, why do it now as opposed to not next year, in the first year of the next budget?
If you want to change the effective date and so it's effective next budget cycle, that'd be fine. I just know that we're delaying the implementation of the program. Part of this is going to have to I'm sorry, I'm so used to talking to DHHS. DOE has to put rules together and things behind this. So again, the longer we push this off and kick this can, the later and later it's going to be before schools can implement. I think that a $50,000 ask is a pretty minimal ask, especially coming from my Ways and Means background. I just got my report, and we have $173 million in excessive revenue right now. And I know the chairman and I have had this conversation about how much money it really is. But again, I think a $50,000 is a minimal ask that would make this work and allow schools to get going on these kind of programs.
Great, thank you.
Representative Heath?
In the legislation, you say public school districts. So this grant would be for our public school districts who normally carry these programs?
All schools that carry these programs that are considered public schools, yes.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you again. Just to clarify, I'm sorry. The $50,000 stays at DOE, and when you talk about it being distributed in the next year, we're talking about $50,000, so it's not a lot of money anyway. But so it would not go back into the general fund or money, so they
It's
could
a
accrue?
non-lapsing fund.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Turcotte?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lang, for your testimony. A couple quick questions. Would you be opposed to having a dollar limit per grant added into this bill?
I would not be opposed to it. Again, I'm a pragmatic guy. If you tell me that's the only way it's going to pass this committee, I'll take that over not passing the bill at all. However, I would also think that some of this may have to do with school size, right? The cost regionally is a little bit different. So again, I wouldn't be opposed to it if you want to add that, but I'd also think that DOE I serve on JALCAR, and I can make sure when DOE brings these rules forward, those kind of limits are put in place as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Your response actually brings up my point. My concern, not fear, but my concern might be that since it is a limited amount of dollars in there, by allowing bigger grants for maybe bigger schools, would that possibly knock out the ability for smaller districts to even have access to any of the money?
Sure. Again, I would not be opposed if you wanted to say no grant shall exceed $5,000 and put that number in. That'll give you 10 schools or 10 programs that could be started annually if all did. And yet if the grants are less, they could do more.
One more, Madam Chair?
One more. All right, 2.
One more three-part question?
It sounds like I'm listening to a PI.
Do you have any idea, how many of these programs exist right now?
So we did a survey as part of that commission. If I remember right, it was about 20% of the schools have some sort of form program, but a vast majority do not.
Are there any further questions? I know that we have this program, Unified Sports, at Kennett in Conway, or in Conway. And it's really well attended. The kids are like it, and it's good exercise for everyone. So, okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm running back to Ways and Means. I got a clerk.
Okay, sounds good. Is there anyone else that would like to talk on? Yes, please. 1624.
Sure, if I may. Absolutely. Yes, very briefly, and I'll share these with you as well. That is Representative, for the record, my name is...
Yeah, but I think you need to turn your mic on.
Yes, I've never been in this room before. I didn't know this room was here. For the record, I'm Representative Mike Moffett, Merrimack 9 of representing Loudon and Canterbury. And as Representative Lang said, I was the original sponsor of this way back in 2018. Representative Laddle, Chair Laddle, recall we sent it to interim study. And I was unable to shepherd this forward last term due to ill health. The voters apparently get sick of me, but I'm back in a big way. And hopefully this bill also is back. As Representative Lang said, it's been in the mix. And and I'll just speak very briefly the policy aspects. As Representative Lang said, it's passed 3 times in House Education. And I'm sure you already know that this is a way, unified sports is a way to integrate players who have intellectual challenges into the sports mainstream. And it leads to new friendships, improved self-esteem, positive changes in attitudes and behaviors, increased sports skills, a deeper connection to the school. Children or youngsters who participate, in these young athletic programs improve motor skills at twice the rate of youngsters who do not participate. And 82% of the family members of unified sports participants in the U.S. report that their kids or athletes improve, as I said, self-esteem, confidence. And so these are the policy pieces which I'm sure you're all aware of. And I know the focus here is on numbers. And just a few more quick comments on the inclusivity, which is so important, improving student fitness, social skills, emotional skills, friendships on and off the field, which happens in all kinds of sports. I'm a sports guy, but especially for youngsters who maybe aren't, as Representative Lang said, inherently competitive athletes. This whole program is a mechanism, a vehicle to get them to meet people and to integrate, and also to get more fit. Again, a catalyst for social inclusion. Now, students with higher skill levels might serve as mentors. And this is part of the beauty of the program, is that the students who don't have the intellectual challenges, so to speak, they get to engage and they profit from this too. Even the students who are not intellectually challenged, if I can put it that way, they benefit from this by learning about how to mentor and to work with and to have these teammates. Typically, the teammates are of similar age. There's some questions about, if there's an age gap. And typically, the teams are of similar age. Sometimes they're co-ed, oftentimes. And there are highly competitive options as well as non-competitive, cooperative type options, but they train in the same team. So anyway, again, this being Finance Committee, most unified sports teams options are more affordable, and I know Representative Lang touched on the $50,000, and he just went back to Ways and Means, and numbers are his thing, as they are for you. So, and again, last thing I'll just say is has already been touched on, given the size of the total budget. As you know much better than me, the $50,000 is we think relatively affordable, even in the short term. And I know the question came up, should we push this back a year? And I just would echo Representative Lang's comments about kicking this down. Again, as I said, I brought this up 2 terms ago, and it's still not spinning its wheels. It's moving forward. Here we are. But if there's a way to not push this out a year, I hope that you can figure out how to do that. And again, it's not like football or ice hockey. Again, you know, soccer typically is soccer is maybe the most popular unified sports option, and that's probably the least expensive to implement. So anyway, thanks for hearing my comments. I'll email them to you as well. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Are there any further questions? Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you again. Now, you've only referenced sports, and in here it says co-curricular activities, and Representative Lang mentioned theater. Is it your mind that it's only sports, or can you give examples? Because I mean, this is a fabulous idea for me, but I would love to see it expanded to include non-sports. And you know, theater is the one that comes to mind. There may be musical groups that, you know, could also benefit from this. But you only talked about sports.
Sure, great question. And you mentioned co-curricular activities. The original intent of this was tied into Special Olympics, which is athletic. But there are some gray areas where some activities are, dance, for example, is co-curricular and has an athletic component, in some types of dance more than others. So that's a great question. And again, depending upon what you do with this, when DOE finally does the final guidelines, if they expand this a little bit to co-curricular activities, like you mentioned, that could include dance or theater or gymnastics, that type of thing, great question. And my thought is if there's some motor skills, whatever, movement, I think that it could be under the same umbrella.
Are there any further questions? Representative Turcotte?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just mentioned the words motor skills involved. Is that the intent of the co-curricular activities?
Thank you for the question. I think the basic intent, again, as the prime sponsor, is twofold. It's to integrate, there's a social component, integrating different types of students into the same mix, into the same team. So there's a social component, but as I mentioned earlier, there's certainly a health, fitness, motor skills, skill development component as well. So it's twofold, as I see it, social and I say motor or athletic, motor/athletic component.
Yes.
Thank you. So would it be fair to say it's not your intent that this would apply to, say, a math club or a chess club or something along that lines?
Sure, great question. It kind of goes along with Representative Murray's question. Could it apply to a chess club? I think that the rules that ultimately are formalized and sent out to around the state to the districts would be somewhat at the discretion of DOE, Department of Education. And that's a great question because I'm sure that'll come up. Some will say, what about my dance club? What about the chess club? Chess is fairly sedentary compared to most other things, but if you're able to find the $50,000, I think that rules could be put out there that I would prefer to see a bigger tent or umbrella that would allow dance, gymnastics, even chess, I guess, sure. That's in my view,
You have a follow-up?
I do.
Okay.
I didn't see if you were the prime or you are on it. I should ask Representative Lang the same question. Would you be opposed to a wording in there, something to the effect of a unified co-curricular activities with an athletic or some physical component to it? And the reason I ask, I'm a little hesitant to just send it off and let the Rules Committee, the department or whoever make the rules, and then all of a sudden we have something that maybe wasn't
Sure.
intended.
Representative Lang is the prime sponsor, but obviously I have a little ownership because I was the original prime sponsor. So, yes, another good question, and I understand what your point is. are a little concerned about DOE net possibly, coming up with some guidelines or some prescriptive wording that might not be in sync with where you all are at. So my response would be that as you own the measure now, you could amend it in terms of the wording to broaden it or limit it in such fashion as you think best, that would hopefully move something forward in the shorter term rather than the longer term.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you much.
Yep.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Sue Mullen, and I represent the people of Hillsborough 7, the town of Bedford. I have provided testimony for the record that I've just given to Representative Murray, which I will briefly touch upon because the gentleman prior said a lot of what I had intended to share with you. Probably the thing that I can give you the most this morning is actual experience in being involved in both Special Olympics and the Unified Sports Program. I was in public education for 39 years. During that time, 10 of those years, I was the co-director of the Special Olympics program in Bedford. Bedford has a community service component to its high school diploma. So you have to get so many volunteer hours in order to graduate. Special Olympics and Unified Sports have been a huge draw for typical peers to interface with their disabled, counterparts, because the message that we're delivering is that community service doesn't have to hurt. That you can take something that you love, like athletics, like the theater, and you can contribute to your community through volunteerism with your disabled peers who are also interested in the same topics, but may need support around the activity in order for them to participate. The startup costs are going to be relatively small because when you start a program, and again, as the co-founder of the Special Olympics program in Bedford, we literally started with a handful of kids and a few community-based volunteers, and that in the first year. So it was a question of equipment, uniforms, and transportation for that program, because once you have a team, right, you want to go out and play other people, and in order to get them there, we had to rent buses. So that was the kind of cost that we incurred, but the program was small. These grants are not in perpetuity. As the community becomes invested in the program, our experience was that we had businesses that couldn't wait to get in line to help support our programs, and that they were more than willing to donate people and resources. So I don't think you're going to be on the hook for much after the community realizes how successful these programs can be. Unlike Representative Moffett, I will tell you I am a co-sponsor on the bill. Playing the game, what do Tim Lang, Mike Moffett, and Sue Mullen have in common? Right. We have this in common. And I do believe that it should be expanded beyond athletics, because we have disabled kids who are unable to athletically compete, but may in fact want to sing in the chorus. We have kids in the theater program who, just like their typical peers, they're just not interested in athletics. They need the socialization, they need the exposure, they need the sense of belonging and community that comes with being part of a program or a team, but it may not necessarily be basketball or soccer that draws them into the process. And also the volunteers tend to be different. The kids that are volunteering in a unified cheerleading program are probably going to be different than the kids that are volunteering in a unified arts program. So I would be happy. I can't tell you, some of you know, I was here a couple of years ago banging the drum on this as well with my friend Tim Lang. And I can't tell you how transformative this is for communities. And the idea that smaller communities that are struggling financially would be able to get seed money to set these things up, I think it is hugely important. Being involved in Special Olympics was life-altering for me. And I would love to be able to bring that to disabled kids as well as their typical peers. And I'm happy to take any questions that anybody has.
Thank you. All right. Oh,
Can I ask a question? And I guess I should have asked this question earlier, and I just didn't think of it. But let me ask you this: as I said before, this seems to me to be a great idea. My only question is, as I understand the way the proposed bill is drafted, it would apply sort of across the board. In other words, the Department of Education could make these grants to any school district. And so I guess I'm wondering, should we be focusing this more on school districts that, face a monetary challenge? In other words, candidly, it would seem to me that, if we had to list school districts that would, the district that I come from, Wyndham, and the district that you come from, Bedford, are probably not going to be, are not going to face much of a challenge to fund this on their own, whereas there may be other school districts that would face a much greater challenge. So
Right.
should we limit it in some way?
I certainly understand your question. I will tell you, as somebody who was, at the Rotary Club with my hand out, at the Men's Club with my hand out, that I had a huge challenge in Bedford, New Hampshire, initially coming up with the funding for the program, because our school district had nothing to do with funding us. Their in-kind donation was allowing us to use the facilities. So when we played basketball, we had a dedicated time when the gym belonged to us. But as far as getting the buses to take us to Keene to play in the tournament in March, or the overnight expenses to go to the summer games in Durham, all of those things had to be raised by the local programs, and they were not funded by the school district. So I would hate for you to make the assumption that just because the school district is more flush, that they would have greater access to this. Because, the reality is that it doesn't matter what school district you're in, those kids that are not the squeaky wheels, the ones that are not up for Division I scholarships, are not typically the kids that are at the top of the list for financing alternative programs. So,
Thank you.
thank you. Are there any other questions? All right,
I love no. I
because,
love that.
yeah, we
Can I ask a
are,
question? No.
we are running over time, so,
It's a quick
Quick.
one. Thank you, Madam Chair. In your testimony a couple seconds ago, you mentioned the word buses and transportation. It's my understanding that this bill would not provide funds for that. Is that correct?
I would assume that it would not, but it is an expense. So what I was saying to you was that as teams are setting themselves up, even someplace like Wyndham or Bedford is going to have to come up with money for transportation, even if it wasn't coming out of this grant.
the way the bill is structured, it is limited to uniforms and
uniforms,
equipment.
And that's why I asked the
Yeah,
question.
and that's period, end of sentence on that.
Yeah, my only clarification was that doesn't mean that the expense doesn't exist. It just means it's not funded through this mechanism.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Ladd, you would like to say something?
Yes, I would.
Okay, quickly. Quickly.
I got a book in front of me.
I see
for
that.
For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I chair House Ed. I come from Haverhill. I'd like to just make a point of clarification here. Years ago, when I arrived here from up north, we changed the definition of extracurricular to co-curricular. And co-curricular has been written into various aspects of statute here. You can find it in 193(1)C, and also in the compact for children that are from military families. But I'm going to read it to you so you really understand that this is just not for, quote, sports. Co-curricular shall include those activities which are designed to supplement and enrich regular academic programs of study, provide opportunities for social development, and encourage participation in clubs, athletics, performing groups, and service to school and community. And that's the design that we have within our athletic programs. We have feeder programs, which are intramurals, and then we get to middle school where it's intramurals / athletics, and then we get, of course, the sports programs from freshman to JV to varsity in the high school level. But this particular program is a co-curricular program, and as I see it, and as I've always voted for it, it would follow this definition that we have in statute.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Murray.
It's a quick question, but it becomes important to me. So when you're reading this, this does not specifically reference or include students with disabilities. But when I'm reading the bill, I got the impression that it was for students with special needs or special disabilities. So can I just get clarified on that?
Well, when we talked about unified sports, and we were talking initially about the Special Olympics is where this all jumped off from. But then we saw that there are a lot of students within the system that, by public education, that are not taking advantage of the co-curricular as we had it spelled out. The athletic component, the marching bands, the theater, all that. And we saw a wonderful opportunity here to involve students which had special needs or special areas, which not necessarily all special ed, and I don't see it that way. I see it to any child that needs to have this venue, this opportunity to participate in co-curricular activities. I'd caution, too, to relate this thing to just the wealthy district or and not provide to the non-wealthy. I don't want to slide down, and we got a judge sitting in front of us here, down the Londonderry area where we're only providing support in curricular activities, or we have to provide it to all, regardless of the wealth of the community or the poverty of the community. And when we get into this venue right here, we're getting into co-curricular, which deals with areas that I believe that we have to have this opportunity provided to all districts, not just those which have the money to do it. Most of the districts which have the money to do it will do it, and they probably won't come after a grant. But it will be those districts, for example, like a Manchester, which has so huge a number of kids that would be benefiting from this. And I agree with Representative Moffett that we need to address this program or design this program to try to adhere to the definition of co-curricular and have it available to all those students, and let the local district decide, in terms of, where the student's going. Are they going to freshman athletics, freshman sports, JV sports? We oftentimes, when I was in charge of an athletic program up in Alaska, I was very fortunate, my athletic travel budget was $1.5 million. But we also had an intramural program which went on at noontime for kids. That was a co-curricular program. It was not a curricular program. So how you design this is going to be up to the local school districts.
Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative,
Yes?
excuse me for interrupting for 1 minute. The unified portion is the unity between disabled students and non-disabled students. So there's no room in this bill for just non-disabled students. The
Right.
disabled student has to be part of the equation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Rebecca Fredette. I'm the State Director of Special Education. We did do a fiscal note for this bill and do not have any issues with the bill. We can easily put the requirements of reviewing this into the process we already have for reviewing grants. It's a very small portion of money that we are able to handle within what we're already doing. The only piece of this that I would say might be a little difficult for us to meet is that effective date of rulemaking by July 1st of 2022. It just may take us longer to do that, but beyond that, we have no issues with this bill or we don't have any issues with being able to implement this. And I will take any questions.
So what date would you like us to put as the effective date?
I would turn around and ask Diana Fenton because she was the one that said, make sure you mention rulemaking. Nope, I'm looking behind you, you're good. Sorry.
Come up and join my friend Becky here. So for the record, Diana Fenton, an attorney for the Department of Ed. We have to just be aware that this effective date, July 1st, 2022, for the department to enact our rules by that date, we would probably be unable to do that. So if you envision that this bill would be signed into law, April or May, maybe even June, to put the department on that schedule would be difficult. So the department would request maybe a September date, if that's possible.
In Division 2, anything is possible.
I knew that would be your answer, Representative Umberger. But I don't know if that would conflict with the intent of the grant. So we want to make sure that all the pieces come together. But certainly the department cannot sustain that burden if we have a July 1st effective date with recognizing the passage date that we're going to be dealing with. So we would just ask that this committee be cognizant of that.
Okay, question. Does anyone have a problem with changing the effective date to 1 September? Okay. And I mean, I don't see that as having any real effect on the program. You know, whether they the schools apply for a grant in September or they apply for a grant in January, it's the key is getting the program going. Okay, thank you. Are there any other words of wisdom? If not, thank you, and I'll close the hearing on whatever work session on 1620. I won't close it. I will recess it until after we hear the non-germane amendment this afternoon. Is that enough time, Mickey? Okay. All right. So we'll recess, and if we run into problems, then we'll recess again. But that's...
So just to clarify, when you say enough time, you just want an amendment with the date change?
yeah.
Okay, I can do that. And the only other thing I would suggest doing is on line 11 of the bill. It talks about the department shall include in its biennial budget sufficient funds. I think perhaps I would recommend changing that to the department's efficiency expenditure request, its agency budget request, versus a statutory requirement that something be in its budget. I think you would want to leave that up to the budget process.
Okay, good idea. Yes?
And amendments, I would really like to see a dollar limitation. I don't know what that number is, but that way we don't have a single district getting 25,000 and then some others. That's a number that can be changed in the future. I don't know what that number
Oops,
is.
she left. Yeah. No, not Sue, the lady from DOE.
My only concern is if we have 10 schools or 20 schools apply or whatever, I don't want to leave that limitation up to the DOE making the rules. I would prefer us to set that initial limit. If it doesn't work out in the future, we can always change it.
Representative Heath?
Madam Chair, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I would think, based on what I heard, each district could apply for a new program. So, I think between 5 and 10,000 would be.
Oh, that's way too high.
You think way too high?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. I think, I would not be opposed to that.
I think someplace not more than like 4,000 would cover.
I was thinking 2,500 to 5, somewhere
Yeah.
in that range.
So does 4,000 work?
That would work for me.
Okay. Is that, what? No. No. What we're discussing is that, Representative Turcott, you don't have to take your coat off. We'll be okay. Yeah. Representative Turcott has suggested that we set a dollar limit per grant. And obviously we know not a lot about these programs, but we were thinking the number that Representative Turcott had said is someplace between 25 and 5, and I said 4. So will 4,000 cover what the schools might need for each program? You go ahead. I don't care who wants to talk.
I think that, yes, you know, the price is within the $25,000 to $5,000 range, so I think 4 would probably cover most of the initial startup.
What kind of demand do you believe we'll see for this? No idea. My only concern when you left the room was I don't want some schools being shut out because others have already come in and taken up all the money.
Right. So I honestly have no idea what the demand would be. This is not something we have done through my office. But I think that we could go into rulemaking where we say that we would take all of the applications and then determine how much each school would get to try to maximize the amount of schools that get some money. So it may be that they don't get the 4,000, but maybe they get 2,000 so that more schools can get a little bit of money. We could rulemaking that way to say that, so that we're giving as many schools as possible the opportunity.
I think it's also, and just for the record, Diana Fenton with the Department of Ed.
Did I close this hearing?
You just, that was just a teaser. You
Oh,
didn't
okay.
really close the hearing.
Okay. It's still open.
I think when we look at this program, and we've had conversations with the sponsors about this, that the department would base its rulemaking, structure the rulemaking similar to what we did with the robotics grant back in, I'm
Couple
kind of
years
making up
ago?
the years here,
Yeah.
but 2018, 2019. It's before the pandemic. So everything in my life now is before the pandemic or after the pandemic or during, right? So the robotics rules, which is a very similar program, was before the pandemic, and we created that rule structure. And I think if we look at the language of that bill and the subsequent rules, it's going to give us a really nice framework for how the department will implement this program. And I would suggest the language be structured as to, not to exceed whatever amount this committee decides. No more than, correct. And then that gives the department some areas that we can work on. And we can ask in our application for some more details of what their program will encompass. And so I think that addresses your concern that all districts will have an opportunity, that we're not providing money that might not be necessary. It will be based on what each individual district requests. So a soccer program, I don't play soccer, I don't know, that might be a different cost than a theater program, right? So I think we have to have the opportunity to individually tailor it for each district and what their need is. You're very welcome.
Okay, can I recess the hearing now?
I'm sorry to extend this. Is your intent to limit the up to or no more than $4,000 per program or per district?
No.
Because you may have a district apply for multiple programs.
Yeah,
Okay.
close, if you're gonna talk, you gotta turn on.
I'd say per program.
Okay.
Would be helpful to the department to have those pieces in the law, which will then subsequently govern our rulemaking.
Okay. All right. Well, I did not open the other hearing, so I'm okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a work session, so. Okay, so now we've got this for this afternoon or tomorrow. Okay. Let's see, I've got too many pieces of paper here. All right, this is the work session on 1627. And do we have an amendment on this, Mickey? Or,
This is a non-germane amendment you attached.
Yeah.
So we should have one?
Yeah, I think it's 087, correct. Relative to the direct certification for the
Right.
Medicaid information for free and reduced lunch.
okay, what's the amendment number? No, that's okay. I know what it says, I just need to find it on my list. 0875, okay. Thank you. Are there any questions on the amendment? I think we're all in agreement that, we want to establish the program administrator. I don't think that was the question. But are there any questions on 0875 that I've probably washed out of my brain? But go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think we have a couple of people in the audience that would like to talk to the amendment. Ladies, if you'd be so kind, if that's okay?
Oh,
With your
absolutely.
permission?
I didn't realize there were people here. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jessica Gorin I'm the Deputy Director of New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. Jessica Gorin. Sure, Gorhan as in Nancy. You're welcome. Today, New Hampshire Hunger Solutions is here to speak on behalf of Medicaid Direct Certification. It is good for New Hampshire children and schools. Medicaid Direct Certification means that children already receiving Medicaid and whose family's income is below 130% of the federal poverty level, which is equivalent to free meals in schools, and 185%, which is reduced meals, would be directly certified through electronic data matching for free and reduced meals at school without their families needing to submit an application. Medicaid Direct Certification has numerous benefits for children and for schools, and the benefits to children are children who eat breakfast and lunch at school, have improved academic performance, have reduced behavioral problems, make fewer trips to the school nurse with stomach and headaches that are related to hunger, have stronger attendance and stronger graduation rates. More children in the state would be eligible to eat free meals at school through the USDA community eligibility provision. More directly, certified children means more schools would be eligible to implement the community eligibility program, which allows high poverty schools to offer school meals at no charge to all students without an application. This will further reduce errors in paperwork and eliminate barriers to healthy school meals. The benefits to school, it increases, there's an increase in free and reduced meal counts and resulting in an increase in state adequacy grants, reduced administrative costs related to processing free and reduced meal forms, reduction of school meal certification errors, reduction of unpaid school meal debt, and there's evidence from other states that have participated in this pilot program. 27 states are now participating in the demonstration project. In Florida, Illinois, Kentucky, Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania, and in certain school districts in California, in the first year of the Medicaid direct certification pilots, direct certification increased by 11.6%. And in Texas, from 2017 to 2020, the number of students directly certified increased by 48%.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Was there someone else that wanted to speak? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. This is DOE, folks. Mark Migliano?
Manganello. Mark
Ma-
Manganello,
Manganello.
Administrator of School Finance.
Mark is
DOE.
the right answer. Okay.
So we talked a little bit about at the committee, at the hearing, how this will impact adequacy. And the timing of this is if we are successful at entering this program, meaning USDA approves it, CMS approves the sharing of Medicaid data, et cetera, then it would impact the 23-24 school year, which would impact the fiscal year 25 adequacy. And in talking with Mickey, fiscal year 25 is a kind of a far away, kind of far in the future, and it's hard to really predict what the impact could be on adequacy. So it's really an indeterminable, and it's really difficult to predict what this could do to adequacy. It would be an indeterminable increase because we will have, instead of using our current FNR data, we would have better FNR data that better certifies using Medicaid. So there would be an increase in our FNR numbers. So just, I handed there's a memo.
Excuse me, are you suggesting that our FNR numbers right now are not good?
Yeah, they are not ideal. So yeah, I have a memo there. Sorry, Representative
Yep.
Bucco.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Bucco. Turn your microphone on, please, and talk into it. Remember, this is being broadcast, and I'm sure there are thousands of people out there just waiting to hear our every word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was that using this certified through electronic data matching would be more accurate than what we're using now.
Correct. It would help us identify students experiencing poverty better than our current methods.
Okay, thank you.
So, I did a town by town handout, and if you look at the first column, it shows 167,000 students and 159,000 students. That's our base ADM. That's how many students we have in school year 2020 and then school year 22. So we have declining enrollment. That just shows you that. But if you look at the next middle column there, that shows the decline in FNR data, and some of you saw this back when we were doing the 22-23 budget. We went from having 45,000 FNR students pre-pandemic, and then if you skip over 2 columns, we had about 38,000, so about a 14% drop. So our FNR numbers are impacted, as we talked about, by the universal waiver by USDA. Said that no one needs to fill out the application to get free and reduced price meal access. So there's not an incentive to fill out the application, therefore we have not as quality data. This is also, regardless of the USDA waiver, districts are constantly, as Representative Umberger has talked about, districts are constantly hounding families to get their applications in, so it's an administrative burden as well. So as the previous testimony discussed, it would be eliminate some administrative burdens on schools and families. But the impact on adequacy would be to better bring our adequacy numbers up, our FNR numbers that we use in adequacy, to something that matches closer to reality. But what those numbers will be, well, I have no clue. But just looking at the Medicaid numbers, we have 70,000 Medicaid students. Sorry, not Medicaid students. We have 70,000 Medicaid eligible children. But that number is also inflated because Director Littman, I believe he testified to one of the work sessions, or maybe in the last week. Right now, no one is dropping off the Medicaid rolls currently because of the pandemic. So that 70,000 number is probably inflated because eventually that pandemic enrollment kind of hold harmless that the Medicaid program has, that's going to go away. So predicting how many Medicaid eligible students we have in our school is very difficult without having the actual student data. But if we're just throwing out kind of guesses, that's what this is, it could potentially increase funding in the cost of an adequate education formula by 60 million. So I think that's a high estimate. I think, but that's kind of the best guess we can have. Really, it's an indeterminable increase to adequacy in fiscal year 25, and we'll know more as time progresses and we get better data. But just letting you know that this will have a cost, but we have a really hard time determining what that cost might be in fiscal year 25.
Are there any further questions? I do have one. Do you have any idea what kind of privacy protections would be part of this national program?
So
Or, or what information you would receive locally?
So DHHS controls and regulates the Medicaid data. The way they would transmit that information to DOE is essentially DOE provides, I don't know all the data matching, but I believe DOE provides DHHS a list of first name, last name, and date of birth. And then DHHS will start matching in their system. And sometimes there's going to be an easy match. Date of birth, first name, last name. That's automated. The system's going to automate that and match that. Then there's some matching that occurs where basically, hey, this looks really close. The first name is maybe spelt with a, as Caitlin uses the example, Caitlin with a C, K instead of a C. So they go, okay, let's look at this data and see if it matches. But really, DHHS has all that data, and they do the primary, the majority of the matching.
Okay.
And CMS regulates. CMS would authorizes program states to do this program. So CMS is also looking at the controls.
Okay. Okay. So all that would come back to you is not. Well, I guess that's my question. What would in fact come back?
I believe what would come back to us is that they are. Kelly might be able to answer this, but I believe it would come back that they are just direct certified, that they are eligible.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Representative Heath.
So the SACID is, the student identifier is not used at all in this process?
We have the SACID. We know who the students are, but DHHS wouldn't know about a SACID.
Hi.
Let me help you out a little bit. Kelly Rambo, Administrator for Nutrition Programs and Services for the DOE. So Mark is absolutely correct. The way that the data is given to us would be the same way that the SNAP is collected. So this is a program that is already currently in place, so it would be the same as that program. The SACID numbers would come, and then it would determine their birth date, their first and last name, and then it would be indicative of are they part of SNAP, Medicaid, TANF, or any other programs that we currently already have in place.
So personal data would not go anyplace.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
So can I just make sure that I'm understanding this? Is the process that you're both describing sort of this? In other words, let's take it just for a school district. For school district X, DOE would send to DHHS, here are all the students in school district X. And you would then go through that and say, okay, these students, however many that is, qualify under one of those programs, Medicaid, whatever the other ones are, and would send back saying, these of the students, of the names you sent us, these are the students to qualify. Is that sort of the way it would work?
Yes, except DHHS owns their entitlement program data. They own that, so they're doing the matching, and most of it's automated.
Okay.
But yeah, the process you described, and this is the same process we use for our current program, SNAP, TANF. It just now Medicaid would be part of the equation.
Okay. Can I ask one follow-up question? Sure. Can I just the one other question, and this is probably you might be more able to answer this. am I understanding from what you're both saying that Medicaid, the way Medicaid works, it's on an individual basis, including minors? In other words, the way Medicaid works is not that, for example, if I applied for Medicaid and I was qualified, then my children who were minors would also qualify. In other words, is it done on an individual basis, including minors, or sort of on a family basis?
Sure. So that would be a better question for DHHS, since they are the ones that actually do the determination of it. That's not at a DOE level, so I don't want to speak to that. But just so you understand, the process that we're doing here is that we already have a process in place for this. It's realistically just adding another column onto our data that we already have collected. So we already have the processes in place for it. It's just adding another column onto it for that. If it gets approved and everything kind of goes through, just so you understand the data collection piece.
Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you. Apropos the 60 million, I was going to say 60,000, that would have been nice. Apropos the 60 million, is it appropriate to say that in one sense we actually already owe this money to the schools, but we are not distributing it to the schools because we have faulty data around free and reduced lunch?
If you could definitely say that.
I wouldn't say that. I would say, you don't have to say much. I would say that parental responsibility is causing that to happen. And that's why, not that we don't think parents are responsible, but sometimes their children are not responsible. And that's one of the major reasons that we have this push, so that we can hopefully identify all the children, and it may or may not result in increases in individual schools. So, I hear you, but looking at it through a different lens. Go ahead, Representative Turcotte.
Thank you. The $60 million guesstimate, just so I'm crystal clear here, that's additional money that would be sent to the school districts, not a redistribution of the way it's currently funding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
If you remember, this year we had money that we were able to send to reduce the SWEP. Okay. We may not have that in the future. Okay. So. Okay. Yes, Representative Heath.
Now, this is a non-germane amendment to the bill that we're currently looking at now. Do you need a motion for us to approve? Could I please make that motion that we attach this non-germane
No, you just need.
number?
Yeah.
So I would like to amend House Bill 1627 with Amendment 0875.
Representative, I'm sorry to, so
right?
that's a correct motion. I will tell you that there may be an amendment on the underlying bill too, and I do have an amendment already drafted that incorporates this and potentially something the committee may want to consider on the other bill. So
Okay,
rather
I
than
withdraw
adopt
my
multiple at a
amendment.
time,
All
or multiple amendments.
Okay, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Okay, so we're going to have to delay this.
Not necessarily. I have something drafted.
Oh,
so
you
if you
do?
want to pivot to the discussion of the EFA administrator position and
Okay.
decide what the division wants to do with that, I have something for that as well.
You know, this
What was the change on that? I thought
this reminds me of HB2 discussions. So. I know. Okay, Mickey, sorry.
So I do have an amendment here. If you recall, the appropriation in the underlying bill funded the position in fiscal '22 and '23, which, given the timelines, doesn't make probably a whole lot of sense. So I have an amendment here that would fund the position beginning 1 July 2022, as well as incorporates the amendment we just discussed.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of a 2-in-1.
So 0875 is gone, and we have a new amendment. And you can, Mary, you can make that motion.
Great, thank you.
No, it's, all of it's in here. Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to bring to light that before we had brought up that we would need a administrative fee to complete the application for that. We had brought that up in the other committee, so that's just something to keep in mind for this amendment as well too. I'm sorry, to switch back to the Medicaid bill amendment.
And may I just say something?
Yes.
If you can sit here and promise me that you will have no lapse other than that which was required, then I might think about it. But I am here to tell you that every agency out there has lots of money. And I will also tell you, you can bring that to fiscal, that change, and it will be approved. So the answer to your money question is no.
Thank you.
Okay? I'm willing to do that at our April 15th meeting, when my taxes are hopefully done. Yes, Representative
I
Heath.
had asked if ESSER funding would be appropriate, because in essence, this is related to the issues we had around COVID. So did you, oh good, looks like you have a response for me.
So we have posed this question, and it is unclear as to whether or not it would be allowable at this point. It is not squarely to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. There is an underlying issue in our Fnr data that has preceded the pandemic, so that would be a stretch of an interpretation, is the sense that we are getting.
Oh, we love to stretch things.
Sure, and just briefly, I know that the answer to the request for $50,000 in Class 102 to enter into a contract is currently no, but just to again reframe and remind the committee that we do believe that it would take 150 to 200 hours to just initially fill out the application, and then an indeterminate number of hours for pass back with USDA. In our conversations with other states, we have heard that this is a significant administrative burden, and we currently have 4 members in Kelly's office, which is typically staffed at 7, and we have been administering $34 million as opposed to $14 million, as was under those previous 7 employees. So appreciate your consideration of that context.
I got it,
Thank you.
but no.
Just for the record. Yes, I apologize. I'm Mackenzie Snow, Division Director of Learner Support at the Department of Education.
Yeah, I saw Mark over there trying to hide his head on the money, so, okay. All right, now, Representative Heath, I will take your motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to move amendment number 1163H. And this amendment would provide the sum of $115,000 for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, for an Education Freedom Account Administrator. And also, this amendment will allow for the Medicaid Direct Certification Program, which I have to say I am very pleased about, because I think it will help a lot of children. And I would like to move that motion, please.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay. Representative Murray seconds.
One
Is the,
second, let me
is the clerk ready, or is he shuffling?
Almost ready. I'm
or
just
is
shuffling paper
shuffling
around.
papers
Shuffling
around?
paper, which I'm very good at, all right. So, moved by Heath, second Murray. And this is
Amendment.
60. 63H. All right. Let's see, Representative Petrie's not here. Representative Lynn votes yes. Representative Turcotte?
No.
No. Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Umber?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 to 1. 5 to 1 in the affirmative.
Representative Heath, could I encourage you to do the blurb? Okay, I'm sorry. No, it doesn't have to be a motion. All right, now we need a motion to approve HB 1627 as amended. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hang on 1 second. Okay. All right. Clerk votes yes. Representative Turcotte?
No.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Umber?
Yes.
Vote is 5 to 1 in the affirmative.
Okay, the vote's 5 to 1 in the affirmative. And so we've finished one thing today. I am real proud of us. So, 5 to 1. Okay, thank you. Being right on time. Okay. Oh, look at this. 11 o'clock. 1661, relative to regional career and technical education agreements. So, Representative Ladd, did you want to come up and say something?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Division 2. For the record, it's Rick Ladd from Haverhill, Chair, House Education. On 1661, which I'd like to introduce to you, this is a bill that's had a lot of work through subcommittee work, through working with the Advisory Council for Career Technical Education, and a lot of thought's gone into it. It's been amended, and it's forward. It came out of committee on the consent calendar. It's a bill that's, as far as education is concerned, probably one of our top 3 priorities in education this year. The bill sets up RCTEAs. Those are regional career technical education agreements, which are made every 4 years between those schools which are sending to a CTE center and the CTE center. The 4-year degree, 4-year programs, RCTE agreements, I call them, have to be approved by the Commissioner of Education. And the purpose of this is to try to have all these sending districts, along with the receiving district, have a calendar which is aligned between those sending, those receiving, so we don't have students in one district saying, well, we're not at school today, it's a workshop day for our teachers, we don't go to school, or it's a vacation day, but the center is not on vacation day and courses roll on. We're seeing a number of students which are missing significant amount of time. So what we've done is we've set up a calendar which we would like to see no more than 10 non-conforming days between all the sending districts and the receiving districts. And we're not including any days prior to Labor Day. We know that there's a number of districts like to start prior to, some that like to start afterwards. We went through a task force that the governor set up years ago dealing with this issue and came out with no resolve on it. But the commissioner has the authority not to approve any agreement that has more than 10 days that diverge from the aligned calendar that we're trying to come up with. However, the commissioner, in working with the sending districts and the receiving district, have the option to look at exceptions. There are exceptions provided within this bill due to emergencies or extenuating circumstances. And those extenuating circumstances, as you know, some being on school boards, that there's a lot of issues which come up where you don't have a school day, snow day. You have different events which come up which cause the school to be closed. We certainly have gone through the pandemic, and that's definitely been a real extenuating circumstance. There is also a request where if a receiving district and the sending districts aren't in a line, but they're working and making reasonable progress towards trying to get this calendar, which will afford all students to participate and have those number of days that they need. That can be approved, but it can't be approved beyond July 1, 2026. So there's a cap on the amount of extenuating days due to calendars not being aligned. Aligning calendars is something that the state of Maine went through, and they have successfully gotten there, so that the students coming from the sending school to the receiving school, the center, are receiving the number of hours which they need to get that skills certificate. One of the issues which we've looked at in terms of CTE, though, is that there are some students that are held back in the schools for reasons such as the course that I need to graduate is being offered concurrently at the same time that the course of the programs are being offered at the receiving career center. We're trying to avoid that, seeing just in previous years we've expanded participation for attendance at the CTEs down in Manchester right to grades 9, 10, 11, and 12, and to all other districts in the state, grades 10, 11, and 12. We have a number of freshmen and sophomores that cannot attend and get involved with a course or program, seeing that the course they need in the small sending school is being offered at the same time. And so I can't attend over there, and that's the career pathway I've chosen. So they get out of sync. But we do know, and we've spoken to a number of school districts and centers where the competencies that are awarded for that particular course that they're remaining back home at to get can be received over a period of time, either through the course or the program of studies that the person's taken, be it working in some kind of a construction or diesel mechanics, what have you, at the CTE center. And we know that there's been some schools, very, very few, because most are starting to work cooperatively with the receiving center. But there are some saying, you will stay back and you will take this math course with our math teacher. You will take this chemistry course with our chemistry teacher. For all the reasons that you can come up and think about, they're probably using those reasons. But we also know the receiving center offers those competencies and the student could be attending. So that's the second part of this amendment, or as the bill as amended. The bill as amended by us is the complete bill. And lastly, we've changed the effective date to July 1, 2023. There's going to be time to get this all in place in the districts and working together. We looked at some of these calendars folks are developing at this point in time. We're moving very closely with that. Representative Lynn is on that committee, Representative Umberger as well. You've seen those. We're getting there, but we're not there. And most of the kids participating in Career Tech Ed centers are from the school in which that center is located, i.e. Kennett is one of them. Concord High is another one. But if you're from a sending district to a CTE center, your percentage of kids participating is much, much lower. And we've oftentimes mentioned to you, we need to increase the number of students participating in career tech education. We compared ourselves to Delaware, the state of Delaware, which has the same number of students as we do in high school. They have upwards to 57% of their kids taking, from these high schools, taking at least one course. In this state, it's down around 14, 17%. We need to increase numbers going in this direction and getting these skills that are needed today for our workforce. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a conversation for as many
Years.
years as I can remember.
That's right.
What I never, ever could understand, I know when I worked at the Manchester School of Technology, it used to be the Skill Center back in those days, I worked with the school board and I aligned, like healthcare, with a science curriculum. So we had courses that would fulfill a course requirement for our Manchester City high schools. I'm sure it's gone by the board after all this time. But that's something that always troubled me, and it sounds like what you're trying to do in this bill is to have an alignment with existing coursework and align those competencies so that in fact that student would meet that competency required for high school graduation.
That's correct, Representative Heath. And when you were back in the department, I know we had that problem, and we're working towards that. However, the need for us to push this thing right now is we're right there at that point where we're not providing the number of students for careers in the state the way we need to be doing it, and holding back because there's this issue we've been talking about. The competencies is another issue which we've really discussed, and these competencies have to be written right into, they're agreed with the RCTEA, with that agreement, working with the sending district. So the sending district is the outfit that provides the graduation diploma. So we work with them. So it has to be approved there through the RCTEA. That's the agreement. So I think we're on the proper path. We have a lot of excitement in the centers. We have some people who I don't know if I can make that, but we need to get by this and get on with it. And this is a bill, as Representative Heath just mentioned, it's been in the works for years.
In terms of in New Hampshire, some northern school districts have different vacations from the southern schools simply because the kids like to
They
work.
all do up north.
Right. So my assumption would be then that the northern CETE centers will be pretty much aligning their calendars together, that shouldn't be too much of a difficulty to match those up, or it doesn't have to be statewide.
No, it's not a statewide deal. This is within each region. And you know, we have the 23 within this state, and then we have 5 CTE centers outside all along that Connecticut River. And there's another issue we're trying to align calendars dealing with Vermont.
Are there any other questions for Representative Ladd? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vaso, did you want to say something? Please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vaso Partinuti, and I am the brand new director in Manchester at the Manchester School of Technology.
Okay,
And,
okay. Before you continue, I know the clerk wants the spelling of your
A first and last name, please.
first and last name.
Okay. Vasiliki, Vasiliki, and my last name is Partinuti, Partinoudi. And for those that guessed that it's...
N-O-U-D-I, D as in dog?
Yes.
D-I, thank you.
And for those who guessed that it's Greek, you should give yourself a pat in the back. Prior to 2 weeks ago, working at the Manchester School of Technology, I was the director in Milford, New Hampshire, and I worked as a CTE teacher for 11 years in Exeter. So far I have experience with 3 centers, And I cannot agree more about the necessity to do several of the important topics that this bill covers. A couple of things. Every CTE center is different. In Milford, approximately less than 10% of our students were from other districts. But now in Manchester, approximately 40% of our students come from other districts. And when we talk about regions, the regions are different. Many schools are a one-school region. Portsmouth, North Conway, they are one-school region. So there's no great need for calendar alignment. But some others are very complicated. Concord, 9 school districts that contain many school boards. Manchester, we have 3 towns, 3 high schools we work with, but then a lot more. Milford is, I think, the best example. Within the region, there are 3 centers. So not only do the 3 centers need to work together and align their calendar, but every school that's related to that region. It makes it 21 school boards that have to sign this regional agreement. And Milford has been without one for many years now. I would guess at least 4. And the reason for that was the previous request for the 20-year agreement. We literally don't have a clue what education is going to look like 20 years from now. So for that reason, I support the 4-year agreement wholeheartedly. We also talked about calendar agreement. The directors collected information, and we looked at how many days does the average student miss who is coming from a sending school to one of our centers. And the numbers vary greatly. It's between 20 and 80. Like, there are 80 days when on a 180-year school year, that a teacher has to reinvent the wheel because someone's not there that day. In terms of resources, if we had the same PD days, maybe Manchester and another school district could work together. That makes even more sense for the North Country, where it's even more difficult to put these events together. And then I really like the idea that there is an exception that can be made for the centers that have not had the chance to comply. Because, like I said, it's tough to get 21 school boards to agree on one thing and 21 superintendents to come together and agree on this. So having the exemption makes sense, but what makes the most sense even more is that we are starting in 23, because literally the schedules, the calendars for 22, 23 are already set. So I love the idea of providing more courses other than CTE courses to CTE students that are coming. You have to understand that they come to us for an hour and a half, and sometimes they have to travel for 20 minutes each way in a bus. That means they are missing 2 days in their classes. For school districts that are on a 4-block schedule, they just missed half a day every single day on a 2-year program for 2 years. I've had students in Exeter taking VLAX classes 10 years ago, before the day VLAX was created. So having this opportunity to allow these students to stay in our schools and take that math class that they are missing would be very helpful, I feel. And then finally, we talked a little bit about competencies. And obviously, there is a lot of math in a construction class in a 2-year program. Maybe not as much as in an Algebra 1, but the world right now is inventing micro-credentials, and I feel that we can do that too. And maybe we don't cover all of algebra in construction technologies, but at least we cover several sections of that. And then we can think about how we get the rest of it. It can be done virtually, or it can be done in person. And then we can give the students the opportunity to take more CTE class courses or participate in more programs, and also to stay in our schools longer and become a part of our culture also and our community. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaso. Are there any questions anyone has? All right, thank you. Appreciate it so much. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on 1661? Okay. We have a non-germane amendment that is going to be heard today at 2 o'clock. And so I will recess I'll recess this work session to start sometime after 2:30. Because we've got another bill that we're waiting on an amendment, 1624. So that shouldn't take too long. Okay, so Mickey, I have no problem if you want to hand out our non-germane amendment. We're not going to discuss it now because we haven't had the hearing, but it'll give you an opportunity to look at it over lunch.
This replaces 1111?
Yes. Okay. Turning now to 1682. We have an amendment on 1682. It's amendment number 2022-01099H. And this is H, yeah. And what we are doing here is, no problem, is amending the sum that we are appropriating for the Police Standards and Training Council from $350,000 to $175,000. And we had basically all agreed that that was the right thing to do. No, we did not. I hope not.
The effective date of the bill is already 1 January 2023. And I think the fiscal note had included some ramp-up time for the position, and I think our discussions last week were to assume that this wouldn't start at least until 1 January 23.
Yes. Surely. Oh.
The language in the bill before this amendment to change the amount, that's in italics, that was still part of what we discussed the last time. There's nothing new.
Absolutely, there's nothing new.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I would like to move amendment number 1099H. And what this amendment does is it changes the appropriation from the, I think it was 300,000?
350.
To 175,000 for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. And we'll give them time to hire one full-time staff attorney and 2 full-time investigators.
Okay. All right. Seconded by Representative Lynn. Are there any comments? Okay. Seeing none. Clerk, call the roll.
Yeah, let's see. Clerk votes yes. Representative Turcotte.
It's all right. It's just changes in what we agreed on this.
Okay, Representative Buca.
I wasn't in the room.
No, we just put the question. You came in.
Yeah,
You came in soon
it's
enough.
the amount. We agreed on that, from 350 to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murd.
Yes.
Representative Unger.
Yes.
The vote is 5-0.
Okay. Is there somebody that would like to write the blurb? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, gosh, I'm running ahead. Okay. A motion on OTPA. Okay. Representative Lynn moves. Do I have a second? Representative Heath? Yep. No, no problem. $16.82.
All right. Lynn votes yes. Representative Buka.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray. Yes. Representative Umber.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0 in the
So did I hear you say you'd write the blurb?
I will write the blurb.
I thought so. Okay. We have 2 minutes to stretch. So, yeah, 1682. Okay, we voted on 1, 2,
We voted on 3 things.
no. We'll do that this afternoon. How did we vote on 3?
Oh, I was thinking, didn't we vote on,
Oh, we voted on 2 last time we met. Today we voted on 1627 and 1682. Yep. We may or may not ever get through all these bills. So I'm going to stand up.
So when did they be on 1162, this amendment for 1661? When have you taken action on the non-germane amendment for 61 yet? After the hearing. I see, yeah. We don't feel sorry for you, Karen. We had 103. Yeah. We did. Well, we had 21 EFA bills.
What's that? Oh, I was talking about Senate bills. No, we haven't even started those. Oh, okay. All right, we'll reopen the work session on 1665. So, Representative Aaron, did you have any new information that you wanted to present to us? Because we've heard this and we didn't take action, but I'm just looking for anything new that you'd like to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the committee for the time that you're taking to consider this proposed legislation. After the last meeting that we had with respect to this bill, I certainly got the sense that it wasn't going to pass this committee. But that being said, I'm very disappointed and disheartened that our state does not have any kind of statutory mechanism presently to give immediate assistance to towns that have been through a natural disaster, that such as what Ackworth and Langdon and other surrounding towns had been through. And in my estimation, you know, I wish that I could bring some sort of amendment to fix some of the problems that you might see with this particular bill. I would love this to be just an out-and-out grant to our municipalities, as opposed to it being some sort of, you know, legislation where a municipality would have to pay a fee to participate in being able to get money out of this fund. I only did that because there were some senators that suggested to me that it would be preferable to have a method by where towns sort of participated and had skin in the game. But from my observations and my experiences with what happened in my town in Ackworth, you know, it would have really been nice to have the state come in and say, here's some money to help you through the immediate problems that you're facing, you know, a week or two after this horrific damage was done to our town. I mean, with regard to current statute, these towns can barely pay the 25% of damage after they're putting in their claim to FEMA and having to wait months, maybe even years, to be reimbursed. So they'd struggle to even pay this 25%, let alone being able to pay back a loan as what current statute provides for. So, I mean, you know, Ackworth eventually did go to Mascoma Bank and got a $2.1 million loan. Why didn't they come to the state to ask to the state treasury for that money? Well, you know what? In the first couple of months, they kind of didn't know what they were really facing and what they needed to do. And quite frankly, the bureaucracy to apply for some of this, our road agent and his 3 crew were too busy fixing roads to sit down and talk to whoever they needed to talk to from the state to get any kind of assurance that they would get any kind of loan. You have a time crunch. You have to get roads fixed and passable and safe for your people as soon as possible. And we had our road agent consistently telling us, I don't have the time. I need to get out there and fix these roads and get them passable, because I'm the one getting the phone calls from people that they can't get to their house or that they can't get to where they need to go. And so, you know, it's a problem of time and getting things put together as soon as possible, which is why I say it's a shame, and shame on us that we don't have a statutory mechanism to give immediate assistance to these towns. we have to look at the level of bureaucracy. It's too much time to spend on paperwork, too much time to wait for reimbursements, and our towns don't have the time, and they don't have the money. We're, you know, what I'm dealing with, what I've dealt with is the reality of towns not being able to absorb the cost of the damage that's done to them. And that's pretty much all I really wanted to add to what I had to say. I realize the bill has imperfections, maybe wasn't thought through 100%. I would hope that if this doesn't get passed in the form that it is, you know, that at some point we can come back and do something better, because clearly something needs to be done. We have to have a solution. And what we have now is not a solution. And I agree with what Representative Heath had said in the last time we met, was that it would be nice if we had a pot of money, and that when a disaster hits, that the state can lend its hand to the municipality and say, here's some money to help you through what you're going through. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, were there any questions? Yes, Tom. Oh, sorry, Representative Bucco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative. There's the two Senate bills, 402 and 409. Have the sponsors given you any idea of where those stand, or how they're going through? Or
Sure. Thank you, Representative Bucco. For what I understood with SB 402, which was the bill that would say, that proposes, instead of a 25% match to FEMA funds, the municipality pays 12.5%, and the state picks up the other 12.5% of that 25%. And as I understand, that bill's kind of been stalled because there's no understanding of what 12.5% represents to the state as an appropriation. They have no idea what number to appropriate or to set aside. So they're kind of trying to figure out what it is they're dealing with when they're talking about 12%. So that's kind of stalled. The other bill, that is Senator Prentice's bill, which changes current statute to allow for not only a declaration of emergency by the President of the United States, but also declaration of emergency by the governor. So that's sort of like maybe an easier threshold to meet when it would be the time that a municipality could ask the state for a loan from the Treasury. I don't know what other provisions were made or what other amendments have been made to that bill. And I'm not sure what the status, if it's passed. It may have passed the committee with an amendment.
thank you. Did they, may I follow up?
Please.
Did any of those other sponsors advise you that maybe a bill that would just outright pay for the roads?
No, there's no such bill like that.
I mean, it would seem like, you know, when you submitted your bill, that maybe that, you know, you got kind of sidetracked to the FEMA, all the FEMA rules, instead of just saying, you know, yeah, our road's gone, we have to replace it. You know, the state gonna help the small towns that can't afford to do it on their own.
Right, no, there's no other bill that would do that. So that's what I attempted to do with this, only I did add the component of a town having to sort of buy into the fund in order to be able to get a benefit from it later. And in retrospect, I wish I hadn't put that in.
Okay, are there any further questions for Representative Aaron? Yes.
No, my question is for us.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask our folks from safety to come up and just,
And I want to offer my thanks again.
oh. You're welcome, Judy. I've got a problem here.
Thank you. Just for the record, Fallon Reed. I'm with Homeland Security and Emergency Management, Department of Safety.
Great. And you had mentioned last time that there were dollars available from the state initially.
So,
Is that correct, or am I dreaming here?
No, so what we have is the Exceptional Disaster Relief Loan that Senator Gaida had pushed through back 2017, 2018 timeframe. So there's the loan available, which is part of the 409 Senate bill to adjust this time, which previously required a presidential disaster declaration and a percentage interest rate that needs to be repaid, with negotiations with Treasury. As far as money that the state goes, or state has, that would be the only way that we have the ability to give money to the communities currently. We're still working with FEMA on the disasters from this July and August to assess that. But one thing I did want to make you aware of, past Friday, we were just made aware that because the president signed the omnibus spending bill, those two disasters will be at a 90-10 cost share. So it's only a 10% cost share that the applicants need to pay back, not the full 25. So I'm going to work with Mickey and let Senator Khan know as well, because that may impact the other loan as well.
Okay. Oh, that's a good thing.
Yes, it's great.
I mean, FEMA had been doing that, and we weren't sure whether that was going to continue or not, but that's a really good thing.
Yeah, so that passed through, and we got word of that Friday. So we're doing all the appropriate paperwork on our end, but those two disasters will be at a 90-10 cost share.
Representative Heath?
So if, God forbid, we had a tornado hit the city of Manchester.
Sure.
And it really leveled the city, what would be available in terms of help?
So initially, kind of in the couple days after the event, the state is able to help with, personnel or equipment, that sort of stuff. But financially, we don't have the ability to do that. If 409 goes through with the adjustments, and if the governor declares a state of emergency, which he has in the past and is fairly easy to do compared to a presidential declaration, we can then loan out money to the community, and then when we work with FEMA, if FEMA reimburses the community, then they would pay back that. But as it stands right now, we don't have any means to give the community money other than through this loan process.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other, oh, yes, you have a question?
Okay, I'm sorry, what was the number, 409, is that Senate Bill SB 409?
Yep.
Thank you.
And then 402 is the one with the 12 and a half, and 12 and a half, so the state would pay 12 and a half. But we'll make sure that they are aware that it's a 90-10 split. So hopefully be able to change the language to just say 50%, and that way it would cover whatever 50, split the share in half. So,
Yeah,
and then
that
hopefully be
would-
able to give them a number that they're comfortable with, so we can move forward on that.
And that would make sense in the future if it goes back to 20 or 75-25.
Yeah, right now, 402 is just for the disasters from this past year.
Oh, okay.
So if we wanted to make a broader adjustment, that I think would be something different. But this specific bill just focuses on those two disasters that were declared this past July and August.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else that want to talk on this? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone that would like to make a motion?
Can I just make a comment?
Oh, sure, you
Before I
can.
make a motion that you probably fall out your chair about. Would it be possible, I find this troubling, quite frankly, that if something terrible did happen, you know, the governor usually shows up on the scene and, you know, people are paying attention. But the fact that there is no financial support or even a loan mechanism right away until a disaster is declared is really troubling. Is this something maybe we should study a little bit more? That we could ask maybe for some recommendations about maybe what should look like? What are other states doing? I just feel like we're leaving people in a real horrible situation that could be dangerous. And on that note.
Whoops, sorry about that.
If I may, so it varies state by state, but we could certainly provide some information moving forward. Many states have a rainy day fund. I did research a number of years ago, and I think it's Illinois that actually taxes fireworks, and that pays for the cost share, you know, that kind of thing. So there's a bunch of different things out there, but we could do some research, provide some information. But really what it comes down to is kind of rainy day fund type things. But we could certainly work on that and report back to you in a little while.
So your motion is for interim study? Okay. I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
I'll second that, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That makes me feel a lot better.
Well, I certainly want you to feel better. Except,
I'm not sure how to take that, Madam Chair.
well, we've actually been pretty agreeable today, so does it matter that I can't find 1665 on my list of bills? Okay. Oh, 1682. That's why I can't. No.
1665.
Yeah. Okay.
Representative Umberger?
Yes.
I feel like I should just at least make the division aware of an existing statute somewhat along the lines of what we've been talking about, just so it's not a surprise later on. So RSA 913D is relative to civil emergencies, and I'll just read kind of how it reads now. So should it be determined by the governor that a civil emergency exists, the governor may, with the advice and consent of the fiscal committee, authorize such expenditures by any department or agency as may be necessary to effectively deal with said civil emergency, and may draw from any general funds not otherwise appropriated.
Yeah.
So there is, not used overly common, not often, but there is something. I know it was kind of discussed that there's nothing that exists now. I just wanted to at least point that out to the members before moving forward.
But again, that doesn't allow a town to come in to get it.
It would be initiated by the governor, correct?
Right. It would need to be initiated somehow or other. Okay. That
Right.
was 16.
I have a question. I have a question for Mickey. Can you repeat the RSA number, please?
RSA 913D.
Thank you. Thank you. That's referenced somewhere.
913. Oh, okay. Okay.
So we're ready for, call the roll on this?
Yep.
All right, so this is on House Bill 1665, motion for interim study, made by Representative Heath, seconded by Representative Turcotte. All right, Representative Lynn votes yes. Representative Turcotte.
Yes.
Representative Bucca.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberg.
Yes. That would be great. Okay. So, we're going to recess until after the public hearing on the non-germane amendment that is scheduled for 2 o'clock. And, Mickey, I have a question for you. I've got a bill here called Relative to the Source of Funds for Education Freedom Account. Anybody? I don't have it. It's on my list.
Do you have that bill number?
Yeah, 1516.
So that bill was ITL'd.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, on a while ago, actually.
Okay.
On the middle of February. So that one maybe was on our list of ones if it possibly passed to be referred here, but it didn't.
Okay, good. I was having a heart attack over here going, all right. What about, I think I gave that one to somebody else. Relative to compensation paid to a crime victim.
I think Division 1 maybe was working on that one.
I think so too. If they're not, there will be. Oh, did I say that? Okay. All right, I see nothing else, so,
I do have
oh,
the
sorry.
amendment for the co-curricular activity bill, 1624. I can
Oh.
hand it off now. We can still vote on it later, but at least you'll have it through lunch to take a peek at.
That sounds wonderful. Just.
Could you been more quicker with that?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's why we love Mickey. You know? Yep. He's great. Okay, so I'll see you. No, after 2. Yep. It's in 201. There's some kind of training going on in finance. When they asked if they could use the room, I said fine, because it was only 1 and 2 that were scheduled to meet on that day, and so we had our own rooms, but then 3 needed to meet, so. Yep. Is that okay? Will that make it all right? Oh. That's correct. Okay, so have a nice lunch, everybody.
So, I'm sorry, we're not holding our afternoon hearing in here?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Want to interrupt you?
Oh. Thank you. All right. As I listened to the testimony and the comments, there was basically only one person that commented about the parking garage negatively. Mhm. Is there anyone on the committee that is opposed to the parking garage?
So, parking garage, totally agree, it needs to be done. My question that's still not answered is exactly where is the money coming from? Is it partially PPL, is it this, is it that, or do we care?
It is basically out of revenue. Oh, revenue. You know, right now, what'd someone tell me? 179 million in above planned revenue that's in the general and education fund for this year. You need to.
The last revenue focus that came out a couple of weeks ago was 191 million.
Yeah, but there's a few things that have to be taken out of that. You know, I mean, but yeah.
That's only good for the day that it came out.
Right, that's right. So yes, it will come out of revenue.
Are we gonna discuss the bill, the amendment as a whole, or are we gonna do it in parts?
I
Because
just want to talk about, I just want to kind of let this one not have to have a lot of discussion if we're all basically in agreement with it.
The only reason I kind of want to bring the other part into it is because it's interesting that the other part is, I'm going to be honest, to me is extremely gimmicky. It's totally, there's a lot of inequity in it. There's the guy who owns a semi-truck is going to get a $25 rebate. That's 10 minutes of him driving. You know, somebody else is going to get $25, somebody with 1,000. But what's interesting about the total was 40 million, which is interesting because we're looking for 35 million for a parking garage. So I'm not saying there's maybe, that's 75 million we're looking at spending net out the window. Maybe there's a way to take that 40 million instead of having a gimmicky scheme and maybe using it some other way, like towards a parking garage.
Okay. I don't consider it a gimmick, but I do know and I agree with what Steve said and several other people said, that we may need to somehow or other adjust that so that it's not $25 to everybody. Because like antique cars, you know, their registration fee is whatever. Motorcycles are 15. So I don't know. We were trying to find something that was relatively easy without incurring a huge administrative burden on DOT, but
Which
we'll talk about that.
yeah, which I agree, because the original way we were going to do that, my first question was going to be today, how many man hours? And somebody said we needed 90 people.
Yeah.
I mean, so on this one, the only reason I call it gimmicky is, again, you've got the semi driver who's going to get a $25 truck. He's probably going to get more ticked off by seeing that than he is, going to be, oh boy, I got $25 back. for the average individual, $25 is some, forget, somebody mentioned, I'll go down and spend it on a dinner. I mean,
But that
It is
creates
to me.
rooms and meals tax revenue, so there you, it's a good thing.
yeah, okay.
Well, just a minute. Representative Murray had her hand up first.
Thank you. I guess when I'm looking at this in terms of a cost to benefit, I don't see a huge benefit to an individual, and I see a significant hurt or loss potentially to the highway fund and to perhaps even a broader perspective with Department of Safety. So I'm in the garage, I'm totally fine with that, but I just can't balance the benefit of a $25 to everybody to the impact that it would have on the safety and transportation. is my
It
comment.
will not have any adverse impact on transportation because the money will be coming out of the general fund.
It sounded, though, like there may be unanticipated expenses or man hours, person hours that we may not are aware of.
So the intent of this amendment, and we can clarify that, was that the appropriation in section 7, any costs related to the issuance of these refunds would also be covered by this general fund warrant. So while there would be the Department of Safety, perhaps administrative services and Treasury having administrative functions and the cost of issuing these checks, it would all be paid for by this general fund warrant, not the highway fund in any way.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it does not tip the balance in terms of a benefit to an individual as opposed to a burden to the state.
Okay. So you have another idea?
My idea would be to remove the part of.
That wasn't, that wasn't the idea I was looking for.
Well, that would be my idea, is to remove that part of this and stick with the garage. So you did ask for.
I asked for a recommendation to replace how we were going to give back money. But anyhow, Representative Heath,
Thank
thank you
Madam
for
Chair.
canceling your 4 o'clock meeting.
Oh, thank you. Not a problem. It just goes with the day, it seems. Actually, my question is, what is really the purpose of this amendment? To me, it just seems, I don't want to use the word gimmicky. It just seems to me like, is this a ploy, though? We're giving people back $25. During the last session, we were looking for ways to get more revenue, and here we're giving away money. When we have as I said in the hearing, we have so many needs. I think of the Department of Ed, there's not one content person anymore. I think about Health and Human Services, the need
Right.
for.
The difference is what you are talking about are continual costs, and that's the difference.
So is this
Okay? One time only. And that's why that's what this is. Because the minute that we start talking about continual costs, that changes the whole nature of what's going on. Okay, and that's why we are not looking at areas that are continual costs. You know, you might, obviously, you favor education. You know, I favor safety. Bob favors justice. Len, I don't know what his favorite is, but somebody, you know, and Kate has something else, and so does Tom. And so we are not looking to create a situation where it's something that we have to fund. Now, we did today pass, I think, what, $200,000 maybe, that were continual, you know, and that's,
But we need to do that.
you know, that's not like
Then
millions of dollars.
instead of this, then, could we use those funds to move DOJ or to,
That's included down here.
or I'm biting my tongue because I think I'm not going to say anything. Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, Representative Lynn, did you have anything
Well,
you wanted to say?
I guess You know, I guess it's, in some ways, to me, on the rebate for the registrations, it sort of depends on how you look at this. I agree with what everybody has said, that, you know, $25, we're gonna give everybody back $25. I tend to think that Representative Turcotte is probably right, that it does seem a little bit gimmicky. On the other hand, if you look at it as we're giving back to the taxpayers $40 million, that is, you know, that does sound like we're giving back something fairly substantial. And I suppose, you know, in terms of, you know, let's take the, you know, something like, suppose we were talking about cutting the business profits tax by some small amount. I mean,
Which we did.
well, right, no, I understand, but let's even say that it was, you know, suppose we were gonna cut the business profits tax by like 1% instead of 1/10 of 1%. I would imagine that there are a whole bunch of relatively really small businesses that would not make very much difference. In fact, it might be $25 for some of those small businesses, or 100 or 200 or whatever. And again, if you looked at it just on an individual basis, you could say, you know, okay, they gave me $200, big deal. But if you look at the whole, you know, how much money in total is staying in the public domain as opposed to going to the government, it's probably a pretty good chunk of money. So from that perspective, I guess I can understand what we're doing here, and it does seem like it's a relatively simple way to give money back to the taxpayers. And so I'm you know, I can support it.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. Apropos your argument, I'd heard this pertaining to other issues where there's a small amount that goes back to an individual saying, why don't you keep it and put it to some better use that benefits the entire state, for not just one day when you go out for the hamburger, but for the years and the years and years. You know, like fix a road, repair a bridge, do something that has a benefit to the entire state that is a lasting benefit. And it seems to me, well, I have heard people say they would prefer the money used in that kind of a situation rather than getting $25 back and going to Big Guys, or whatever they're called, Five Guys.
If we did not have the infrastructure bill, and what is it? How much are we getting out of that? The federal infrastructure bill? Yeah, I don't remember what that number is. So, I mean, I would have jumped on that, but we already have a huge amount of money that will be coming into the state for infrastructure. And so and if we try to divide up $40 million among the towns and cities, it amounts to about $25 a town. You know, I mean, that's, maybe it's not that low, but it's not a lot of money.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, and I think there's a difference just basic in philosophy in terms of it's still a big chunk of money, and fixing one element that benefits everyone in the state, even if it's only in one location of the state. We all drive back and forth. So I think it's just, you know, a difference of philosophy in terms of working that.
As long as the road repair goes to Twin Mountain. How's that? You don't care? Okay. Yeah. Hang on just a second. Len, will you mind taking over for a second? I just need to go listen to a... So.
Can I just add?
Representative
you're
Heath.
Walking out of the room. Why don't we take, oh, okay, the $40 million, why don't we add it to the governor's $100 million for housing? And then we'd have $140 million that we could do some really good things across the state for a lot of people. I think it would be so significant when we know we have a crisis across our state right now in housing. In my city of Manchester, it's horrible. Finding an apartment for under $1,500 is virtually impossible. So I think that would be, it would make me feel like we've done something really good with that money, if we could add it to what the governor is already doing, and he'd be a hero. Not that I want him.
Oh,
Representative Lynn, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I guess I have to say, and I understand completely what you're saying, Representative Heath. I think my disagreement with you is really sort of a philosophical one, and that is, you know, if you say, you know, are there things that it would be sort of nice for the government to do? In some sense, I can agree with that, but where I'm coming from, it's, you know, there's always going to be something more that the government can do, and it's so, you know, I'm sort of not generally in favor of growing the size of government, and so from that perspective, you know, I'm not, I'm much more inclined to want to give money back to the taxpayers and let them decide, even if it is a relatively small amount of money, let them decide what they want to do with the money. That's, you know, but I understand where you're coming from, and, you know, reasonable people can disagree on these things, I think.
Representative Heath.
She's Heath, that's okay. I know what you meant. I don't see how this is growing government, in that it is using money to do what government is already supposed to be doing. But I do want to say, apropos Representative Heath, this is, there's not 40 million sitting somewhere exactly. It's 40 that we would be extracting from somewhere. So I can't think about what else we would do with it, because to me, it's not there right now anyway. But it's just the sense of taking money that is there for some use in whatever way and putting it back to where it's really not going to have a significant impact on any particular individual. I don't think I'm out of line thinking that's $25 is a fairly insignificant amount of money to any family, even, you know, and I don't want to misspeak about families that are in poverty. But even two people going to McDonald's pays more than $25, I think. So.
Let me make one comment,
sure.
and then we'll go. And I have to agree, I'll go back to using my word, and that is gimmicky. I can actually see individuals receiving this check and going, you got to be kidding me, $25? What are they? I mean, I could almost see people getting more upset by receiving a $25 check when the gas prices are up $3 a gallon from where they were. And again, I still got to bring up the inequity of the trucker versus the motorcycle owner or whatever. I just see this as not a good idea and would like to see it out. Representative Lynn.
You know, the only other thing I was going to say, and I guess, you know, one of the things that would make a big difference on this is how much of a burden or an extra burden this would put on the people that would actually have to implement this. Would there be some way of limiting who gets the money back? Well, I guess as I think of, I mean, for example, could we say that, you know, only people, and just as an example, only people who have minor children, we'd take that same amount of money and say only people who have registered cars but have minor children would get, you know, presumably that would increase the amount, but maybe that's very difficult to do administratively.
It sounds like an administrative nightmare to myself, and I think Mr. Lavoie agrees that it would be an administrative nightmare.
Yeah. Sure. Well, that's
Representative Heath.
I know we shouldn't do this without our chair here, but I would like to motion that we divide the amendment and only include the garage.
I have a motion on. I have a.
I think we really better wait for Karen to come back.
Yes, here she comes.
I kind of like the idea. We have a motion on the table, Madam Chair. and by Representative Heath, seconded by Representative Murray.
What's the motion?
And the
Representative
motion
Heath, would
is
you like
to
to read?
divide the amendment and eliminate the section about the rebate. And just go with the garage. And that way we'd be saving the CTE bill as well.
So your motion is to eliminate sections 6 and 7?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm totally 100% behind that. I think that would clear out something that's would be very detrimental to this bill going to the floor. I think with just the garage in it, I don't see any issues, and I think cleaning it up this way would make the bill a lot better.
May I?
Sure.
also speak? So while you were out of the room, Representative Heath and I were having a discussion and a respectful disagreement about the issue of like what, I think what she would say is don't take the part about the rebate out and let's use the money for some other worthwhile purpose. What I would, and what I disagreed about is I thought that giving money back to the taxpayers was important. But I think what I could agree with is, because I do agree with Representative Turcotte, and I think with sort of everybody here, that there is a certain amount of gimmickiness to the money, the amount of money that we'd be giving back. And I guess I could go along with taking it, with dividing it and not approving the rebate, with the understanding that we simply would not be saying we're going to use the money for anything else. We'll just, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I could live with that. So.
Thank you. I just really want to go on record to say I totally agree with Representative Turcotte in this regard.
Well, this is a Hallmark day. Oh, don't talk about squirrels, please. We went through the squirrel debate on, yeah. Yeah, okay. So the motion is to remove 6 and 7 from Amendment 1162. Is that correct?
From amendment, I'm sorry, what was the amendment number? 1162, yes.
Yeah. Q. We're going to make changes. You want to call the roll?
Oh, sure, no, I just want to make sure you're ready for it. All right.
Oh, I'm always ready.
All right. So, Representative Lynn votes yes. Representative Turcotte.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umber.
No. No.
Madam Chair, the vote is 5-1 in favor of breaking the amendment, breaking the sections up, eliminating section 6 and 7 from the amendment.
Okay. So, Mickey, you'll have to have another amendment, right, to do that?
Yes, we'll have a new amendment drafted that would just add section 8, essentially. It would renumber it back
Yeah,
up
yeah.
to number 6. You could go ahead, we've done this many times in the past, take an action, vote now on it, knowing that I'm gonna draft it, and then I'll just email it to everyone once it's drafted, rather than having to meet again.
No, I don't want to meet again, if we can avoid it.
So if you wanna make the motion to adopt section 8 to,
Okay.
House
What
Bill
about,
six-
what about the
1661.
effective dates?
The effective dates, we would just match it up. So that one is effective June 30. So that appropriation would affect or would hit fiscal 2022, and we would keep that intact in the amendment to 1661.
Okay, so the effective dates are fine.
Yeah. I'll make sure that the effective date in the amendment that goes before the full committee Wednesday will be accurate.
There wasn't any question in my mind about that. Come on. Okay. So, we voted on that, right? And that was 5-1, right? So that will be the same vote when Mickey fixes it all, okay? Now we'll vote on the OTPA.
OTPA with the new amendment.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. So you're gonna make the motion? 1661 as amended, OTPA. Okay, thank you. Representative Turcott, are you, okay, sure. All right, thank you.
All right, Representative Lynn votes yes, Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Heath. Yes. Representative Murray. Yes. Representative Umber.
Sure.
Vote is 6-0.
You know I don't like things that don't come out of this committee. Everyone agreeing. Representative Turcott. I know you didn't. Okay, so that one's done. Now, all right, students with disabilities. We got that amendment, right?
That's the only one we have left to vote on, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Anybody have any extra sheets, the voting sheet?
Steve, don't leave. When you're done, I mean, are you on the phone? Okay, I want to talk to you. Okay, all right, it's 1624. Okay, and this is the one where we put a limit in. Yeah, is that,
Yeah, Amendment 1166H.
yeah,
So yes, you'll see on line 10, the amount of any grant shall be no more than $4,000 per program. And then the other change was on line 14, adding the terminology of the efficiency expenditure request, the agency budget request. And the third change was the effective date. Based on the testimony from DOE, we kicked it to September 1, 2022. Yep, I have extra copies if anyone needs it. House Bill 1624.
1624. It's okay, Tom. My eyes are crossed.
So we need to
We need,
vote on the amendment.
right, we need a motion on amendment 2022166H.
Second it, yep.
Okay, Representative moves and Representative Turcott seconds.
All right, Representative Lynn votes yes. Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray. Yes. Representative Umber.
Yes,
6-0.
that's on amendment,
On
yeah.
amendment 1166.
I'll make a motion to approve HB 1624 as amended by 1166H.
Oh, so I'm on the wrong bill. Did we have a second on that? Okay. Murray?
All right, so, clerk votes yes. Representative Turcott?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Heath? Yes. Representative Murray? Yes. Representative Umberg?
Yes. Okay.
Vote is 6-0.
All right, thank you. So I need to know who's going to write the blurb on 1624.
I'll do it.
Okay. And the blurb on 1661. Okay.
How do we vote on 1547, the steady maximum containment levels of fluoride?
7-0. Yeah, and I'm basically just going to say on that one that there was, as the bill was amended, there was no fiscal impact, and we'll put that on the. No, that was before. Yeah, we were all in favor of that. So if I have this correctly, 1462, Representative Turcott. 1547, Representative Umberger. 1624, Representative Lynn. 1627, Representative Heath. 1661, Representative Murray. 1682, Representative Lynn. And 1665, Representative Heath. Okay? So, Tom, I want to know how you skated through this.
Skillfully.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Are we finished?
One question.
Oh, yes.
When we had the gentleman in on that motorcycle bill from the department, what was his actual title? Do you remember?
I think he's the motorcycle king. Yeah, he's
Right, he's in charge of the
He's the
motorcycle. That's right.
Motorcycle training or?
Yeah, motorcycle training or.
Okay. Thank you.
yeah. Do you know what his name is? The motorcycle training guy? He doesn't think it is. Okay. All right.
So we have nothing then for tomorrow, right? I mean, on this
No.
Okay, good.
This committee has nothing tomorrow. And I'll see everyone Wednesday morning. I can't believe I managed to unhook everything in 201. Yeah, because what I did was that we're adjourned.